Like that. I left the shovel sitting there so that it was standing straight up and down so they could see it was at least 3 inches above the top of the shovel. Now, how big is the shovel? It's 12 inches tall. Well, it tells them, gives them a depth gauge anyway. You also have a depth gauge on the crop of the truck in the video if you saw it, looked at it. I knocked the snow off the side of it, but everything on top of the truck had been touched. There was a wall there. Ah, I gotta go out and take that off the truck. No. I don't want to go anywhere. I gotta take that snow off.
Yeah. Stand them out. Grocery shopping, Cal?
I am.
3 ones and a 3.
3 ones.
$149.
You say 3 ones and a 3.
Yep.
11, 13.
Yep. Whichever way it makes you remember it better.
Yep.
Well, I probably should have said that out loud. We're streaming, but again.
Yeah. Oops, so minor for me. Yeah, this is something my son put up with me, so I can remember little odds and ends. You know, this is just a note app for myself. Reading messages.
Yeah, where you going?
You're on what?
In the dryer.
Oh, oh, they're not wet. They're wet.
Yeah. And one was bald inside the other still, and I didn't notice. All right.
I'm getting beat from something. I don't know.
Yeah, I gotta go dig my truck out too. And now I got clean jeans to do so.
Ah, 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 ah. Hey, bud. My sister this morning was from Port.
So,
It's enough to cover the wood. Round one.
Yeah. Old bitch out there, ain't it?
That's not cold.
No.
Not for me anyway. It's just exhausting. Trying to move that snow and stuff. 'Cause I could kick all the way through it, if I want, and get my feet all, and then when I want to dig it out, scrape it off the other side, so I don't have to walk through it. Then I'm kind of digging the car out at the same time I'm trying to shovel it off. I'm sitting here looking at the fish tank. Look at the level.
On low.
Huh?
Yeah, and it's sideways.
Yeah. I mean, one side is almost half. Or almost
I'd say closer to an inch almost.
and that's because of this that beam center. All that is because of that. If you look at the TV, that's kind of an indicator there. Look at the top of the TV against the fish tank. Look at the bottom of the TV against fish
Slanting a little bit this way.
tank. The TV is going the opposite direction. It's slanted toward that crack right there on the cage inside the TV. That is that beam goes across.
Good.
We are. This is a good Got something you know?
Yeah, it's still rolling.
Now, these are the temperatures coming in.
Oh, yeah.
See what they're on? These are all the temperatures coming in.
Very inviting. Awesome.
Okay. Yes, it could get nice and crisp.
I see it's starting to snow a little bit. There's no snow in the forecast. What? That's lake impact.
Yeah.
What? Time is it?
Well,
Was it coming?
Hey, it started.
Oh, truck started?
Yeah.
Well, that's a good sign for me.
No started. No problem at all. I've got one side left. I'll drive. I'm monkey with that one. I'll just drive one. This sucker. I broke my broom.
Uh-oh.
Trying to push too much with the handle. Snap that sucking handle right in half. Or should I say, bent it right in half because of one of them little metal tubes.
Ah.
Got one left. Right here. You know where the broom's at, isn't it? Right here next to the door.
Yes.
Outside the other broom. Say about that. Take on the intelligence community. They have 6 ways on Sunday of getting back at you. The Patriot Act and FISA were used to get it all.
Here's an algorithm based upon what Trump was doing so they can get this guy. You just take out the word Russian and you put in COVID origins. You take out COVID origins and you put in everybody's laptop. You take that out and you put in January 6th. It's a replicated play from the state and their partners in the media. They're not just platforming you. They are if they're coming from you, they're coming for you.
Violent extremists, and they must be dealt with. We can do anything we want. State. Forward for Jimmy Corbell's jellyfish UFO video. That's right. He saw the video about 6 years ago, originally on the same base in Iraq where this video was recorded. He actually has quite a few details, some that kind of contradict Jeremy Corbell's story, but let's dive into that because there's even more drama, I guess, if you will, because the witness's story started to change as well. But I think there's good reasons for that, potentially. I don't know. We'll see what y'all think. Anyway, let's dive into this video. We've got a lot to look at. I'm going to do a little refresher of the jellyfish UFO video for those who haven't seen it. And then again, we're going to look at a lot of different sort of little clips and stuff with this witness. He did a podcast. I've got some clips of that. So let's just clear this up, y'all. See what's going on with this. I'm sure you've been watching all the different gifs and shares and everything about the jellyfish UFO video. Yeah, let's jump in, y'all. If you're new to the channel, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. I'll put out a new video every day, 12 p.m. Central Standard Time. Of course, hit that like button. All that really helps out the video. So thank y'all so much, folks, for you do that. And of course, comment down below what you think of this. Let's dive in. Alright, it's about to get a little meta here. It's what I like to call VIP Patrick right here. So we're going to watch a little bit of the original video that I made. I'll put a link in the description if you want to catch up with that video first.
Chapter 4. The Unlikely Hero. As the world grappled with Levi's escalating threat, a new figure emerged in the saga. A protagonist whose unique perspective would become crucial to the Guardians' effort.
It's globalism versus there you awake from London. Thanks for joining me today for Stay Free from Russell Brand. In many ways, it's a complicated show. In another way, it could be simpler. It's globalism versus freedom. I can say that with absolute certainty, for it is beginning to look a lot like Davos Week. And Davos Week has come coincidentally, immediately parallel to concerned about disease X. If you're one of the people joining us right now, welcome, soapbox champion, Russ Unzel. Yeah, I can't say that because you spelled the F word using PH. Very good, very good. Danny D13, alright mate, I love you as well. Have you seen the cold, snowy blizzards in Iowa and Colorado? Yeah, you've got one part of the conversation saying it's been caused by weather manipulation, and the other half of the conversation saying it's been caused by climate change. We've got a brilliant show today. We're going to be talking a bit about disease X, which is apparently imminent. Who will benefit from disease X? What kind of solutions will be suggested for disease X? We're also going to be talking about Trump v. Vivek. The Iowa caucus is around the corner, and what are we noticing? Well, it seems that there's a fissure between Trump and Vivek, as well as, I don't know, Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley. Are they really even plausible offerings at this point? Now, the first part of our show will be available on YouTube, but you've seen now there are new pop-ups appearing on YouTube. You've seen that continually beneath our content are warnings for misinformation, but it seems to me increasingly that the legacy media are the conveyors of misinformation. It seems to me that state-funded media is a greater threat and a greater risk than independent media, which is coalescent even now with independent political movements, and for the first time perhaps in history we have the opportunity to oppose the establishment. They have their Davos, we have ours, decentralized but unified, opposing their establishment agenda. So today we're asking, what will win, globalism or freedom? Press 1 if you believe globalism, press 2 if you believe freedom, and by pressing 2 you are believing in yourself. If it's within your means, consider becoming an awakened wonder and joining our local community so that this movement gets the support it needs. Now, in the giddy snows and blizzards in the Iowa caucus, one man is emergent. Yeah, vote for your own freedom, freedom, freedom. And then there's a few radicals in there pressing three, of course. And I appreciate that, and I respect your freedom, and I respect your free speech. And if you're watching us on YouTube, first 15 minutes. The giddy snows and blizzards of the Iowa caucus, one man is emergent. Yeah, vote for your own freedom, freedom, freedom. And then there's a few radicals in there pressing three, of course. And I appreciate that, and I respect your freedom, and I respect your free speech. And if you're watching us on YouTube, first 15 minutes will be up there. Then we will be venturing into the free stream of Rumble, where we can wade and wallow and bask in free speech for everybody. So listen, do you want to have a little look at Trump in a white hat before we get into his spat with Vivek and look at his Truth Social post? Do you want to have a look at, I mean, there's a whole variety of things that we can show you. We've got a little piece of Yuval Noah Harari criticising Trump. We're going to be looking at that in a second. And once we leave YouTube, it's Dr. John Campbell and mouses. Yeah, that's right. There's some extraordinary research taking place on humanized mouses that I'm deeply concerned about. Let's have a look at Donald Trump in a white hat. Let me know what you think, you QAnon lovers. Is this, what's he communicating through the top of his head? What am I communicating through the top of my head? Let's have a look, and let's remember that freedom will not come in the form of some reified or elevated individual, but because of the awakening truth within you, that you are the revolution that they fear most, that your consciousness, your attention is the territory that they want to conquer, and they cannot prevent you from awakening. God knows they're working hard to prevent you from waking up, and they are failing, aren't they? Because you are awakening even now. Mr. CMS said, please cover the Dr. John Brain for these stories. We are going to cover that. We've got some great coverage on that coming up to you. And Guatemala, some of you want to talk about that, didn't you? Kennedy 24, yeah, I think he's given a really fantastic speech. We're going to be covering some of his polling later in the week. Let's have a look at Trump in his white hat. As I said, mice. No, the correct term for pluralizing a mouse is mouses. One mouse, several mouses. That's how the language works. You're just drinking up the sweet patriotism there. Dexter 1 says niece. And someone say about you can't do what Christ does within you. I believe that Christ is a central component to the individual awakening, but I respect that other people have different beliefs in the sense that that is not the awakening of the Messiah in the individual consciousness. Absolute fairness and freedom. No hierarchical structures of domination or dominance that are imposed upon you from the outside. Do you like it? Central scrutinizer, white hat. What do you think about the white hat? It's interesting, right? What about Trump debate then? What do you think about that? You've had Trump post about the debate in a, I suppose, somewhat derogatory sense. How we look? Oh, I'm just.
So I want to ask you about this moment.
Can I see the Truth Social post? Is that one of the buttons? The Truth Social post? Is that? You see, now we agreed that. Let's have a look at this. We'll look at this legacy media reporting, and we'll see Trump's post within it.
It happened on social media over the last 12 hours, and that's Donald Trump going after Vivek Ramaswamy. Trump posted on Truth Social, Vivek started his campaign as a great supporter, the best president in generations, he's called Donald Trump. Unfortunately, now all he does is disguise his support in the form of deceitful campaign tricks, very sloppy. But a vote for Vivek is a vote for the other side. Don't get duped by this. Vote for Trump. Don't waste your vote. Vivek is not MAGA, and the Biden indictments against his political opponent will never be allowed in this country. They are already beginning to fall MAGA. Now, Vivek responded, by the way, Larry, and he sort of took the high road and said, look, I'm not going to get in a fight with Donald Trump.
Extraordinary. I know that Tim Pool said Trump 24, Vivek 28. Interesting take. Let's have a look. And this is, I think, the kind of post that's antagonised Donald Trump, where save Trump, vote Vivek. I suppose, is that it? Let me know if you, what you guys think. V for Vivek, T for Trump. Let me know in the chat. You know what we believe over here. Without a radical change to these systems and institutions of corruption, without the dissolution of the FBI, without the freedom for Julian Assange and Edward Snowden, without true decentralization, without the ability, I mean, there's a lot of T's, a lot of T's. It's one mouse, three mouses. That's correct. Well done. That's good stuff. You all understand grammar perfectly well. Hey, listen. One thing, whether you think that Trump is the savior, or if you think that Vivek is the savior, or if you think that Bob Kennedy is the savior, or if you believe in free communities, the sovereignty of the individual, and the awakening enlightenment within yourself, this is a place that you can come for freedom. One person who's pretty concerned about Trump is Yuval Noah Harari, who many of you consider to be one of the central and most significant voices of globalism. We're going to have a look at his concern when he went on the Diary of the CEO podcast, which I've been on. I've interviewed Yuval Noah Harari several times at the beginning of my journey into these types of spaces when he wrote a very successful book, Sapien. And I know a lot of you guys in the comments go, look, you met Yuval Noah Harari. And of course I've met loads of people, and I'm really interested in these types of conversations. But if you are someone who's concerned about globalism, if you are concerned about centralization of state power in Davos week of all weeks, which seems to be the soft propaganda arm for the WHO, for all sorts of globalist establishment, elitist interests, then you are going to find Yuval Noah Harari's comments here pretty concerning. Let's have a look.
Are you concerned that Trump might be elected again? I think it's very likely. And if it happens, it is likely to be the kind of like the death blow to what remains of the global order.
Death blow to the global order. So I suppose openly, Yuval Noah Harari considers the global order to be a positive thing. Do you consider the global order to be a positive thing? Yes or no? Wire in. Is the global order a force for freedom, for ecological benevolence, for equality, for love, for high values? Or is the global order the mouthpiece for corporatism, the mouthpiece for new techno-fascism, the mouthpiece for new aristocracies, for new forms of tyranny, for moving power further and further away from individuals who I believe could get along a lot better without the intervention of state forces such as, beyond state, globalist forces such as the WEF, WHO, IMF, all of these words. I feel like we need more freedom, not less. But Yuval Noah Harari believes that global order is a good thing. Global order is slavery. Indeed, for dependency is approaching slavery. And as we become dependent on these deceitful, treacherous, corrupt little devices, as we become, as the anarchists used to say, de-skilled, as we lose the ability to grow our own food, lose the ability to repair our own machines, lose the ability to run our own communities, lose the ability to have access to our own food and our own resources, a global order seems to present itself as a kind of savior. A savior offering you crunchy insect goodness where you own nothing and yet you are happy. And indeed, I think much of the antipathy towards Trump is precisely because in his rhetoric, in his America First discourse, he is an opponent to globalism. So whether you are the most pro-Trump person in the world, and I know there's a lot of you love Trump in that chat, and I know over here in the Awaken Wonder, there's a lot more cynicism about the potential for any leader of a uni-party democracy to make significant difference to the lives of ordinary people, and we're all ordinary in our own way, then Yuval Noah Harari's words are interesting because he sees the global order as a force for positivity. You see the rest of this.
And he says it openly. Now again, it should be clear that many of these politicians, they present a false dichotomy, a false binary vision of the world, as if you have to choose between patriotism and globalism, between being loyal to your nation and being loyal to some kind of global government.
Those of you that are Christians, those of you that are Jewish, those of you that are Muslim, those of you that are material atheists or Hindus or Jain or Buddhist or whatever ideological perspective you come at the world from. Surely we can see in the vast expanse of the infinite we have a collective and shared interest together. But surely as you recognize the sanctity of the individual experience, the subjective experience of being the occupant of a soul, inhabiting the vehicle of a body, you recognize that the sovereignty of the individual is paramount, and that if you have a decentralized but unified opposition to globalism, that will be the maximization of freedom rather than the minimization of freedom that seems to be an important part of the agenda of those that frame their views at Davos, those that use the WEF as a mouthpiece and platform for, I would say, increasing globalist authoritarianism. These are the people that we have to oppose. Your individual religious beliefs or lack of religious beliefs, to me, are not important. But your individual sovereignty, absolutely vital. Yes, we cannot allow ourselves to be divided and conquered. That is right. I agree with you in that chat. Yeah, we can't be loyal to a faceless government being points that, can we? CTM, yes, I agree with you, Russell. Yeah, thanks, guys. Let's have a look at this lovely moment. This is from Davos this year. Rebel News, who don't mind getting up in the grill of the corporate place. Maybe remember that famous viral clip last year when they were following Albert Paula around. Is it an Australian dude? I think he's called Abby. Going, hey, listen, mate, what's going on? Like really adding out Albert Paula. And Albert was, oh no, this is not how Albert likes to do business. I like to do interviews with people that say I'm the moon shooter. I am the Buzz Aldrin of vaccination. This year they're outside BlackRock, the as you know, that's a sort of conglomerate investment firm headed up by Larry Pink, but many of you, including the likes of Bobby Kennedy, believe to be the sort of financial interest that dominates, subverts, and represses the kind of democracies that your founding fathers intended for you. Or republic, I don't care what words you use, I care about the word freedom for all of you individually and for all of us collectively. Let's have a look at those Canadian radicals from Rebel News outside of BlackRock and watching microcosm globalism versus independent media. Now, I'm sure that our little organisation would have points of distinction and difference from another organisation like Rebel News, but we believe in Rebel News' right to report, and we believe in their individual freedom, in the same way as we believe in all of your rights to express yourself culturally and socially, however you want to, as long as you don't harm others. When did this stuff get so complicated? Let's have a look at Rebel News on holiday at Davos.
Hey everybody, Ed from Levant here with my friend Avi Amini. We arrived in Davos, Switzerland yesterday because tomorrow the annual gathering of the World Economic Forum elites, it's a very exclusive, reclusive club. They take over this ski village in the Swiss Alps and they transform the center street into, I guess the best way to describe it is like a movie set. And big globalist corporations set up pavilions and kiosks behind me. It's
weird, isn't it? It's a weird thing, that one. It does look unusual. It's losing a lot of its sucker. I think that independent reporting, such as this and loads of others, continues to gain prominence and popularity. You can't do Davos anymore. It's sort of a painted brand, isn't it? I mean, we all hear Davos. We're going, oh, that's that thing where they're all trying their hardest to help us. Oh no! It's Davos. It even sounds a little bit evil. But it's extraordinary to see it, like kind of trade fair like that, with all of their branding taking over all the snowboard shops, not chocolate outlets, temporarily adorned with the language of BlackRock, Vanguard, Pfizer, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Let's have a look at our these guys over at Rebel News. In a minute, someone comes out of BlackRock, gives a little bit of grief.
In the heart of darkness, BlackRock, and it's run by Larry Fink, perhaps the world's most aggressive promoter of cultural Marxism, DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. BlackRock has trillions of dollars under management, and what they do, it's really sneaky, Avi, it's that they say to the company,
so here is a BlackRock employee meandering into the shop. Check it.
is they invest in, we're not just here for a financial rate of return. We're going to force you to do. Are you interrupting? Are you
interrupt? He's right on the front foot, and it's not his first rodeo. Listen, remember, if you're watching us on YouTube, we'll be on that platform for a couple of more minutes, but we've got to speak freely. That's necessary. And YouTube has increasingly become a platform that supports legacy media. As you know, they use WHO community guidelines to regulate their content. That's why that John Campbell video had to be taken down. We're covering that later in the week. Some of you are asking about that video and the great tons of mouses are being discussed. And if you want to become a supporter of our work and a member of this movement, we'll post a link now. Post a link now in the chat, because we do additional content, including one additional Here's the News per week and early access, as well as our Whitney Webb interview this week. You can join us live and put your questions to Whitney by becoming a member of our community. Of course, we'll make that interview available to all of you, but if you want to be there while me and Whitney are chatting, become a member of our community. Okay, let's have a look at how the BlackRock employee intervened in this chat between the Rebel News colleagues.
Interrupting us. What's your name?
Sorry to interrupt, but this is a parking space. I just wanted to ask you to move over to one.
I'm not going to because there's no car coming.
Do you think the idea is just disrupt them, or do you think they don't like that the shot's got BlackRock in it? What do you think is the idea? Is that what you think is because of the BlackRock in the background, like mess up the shot? Because all that the employee can legitimately do is say, move over away from that space.
Just Marcus, what's your name?
I don't want you guys to
What's your name?
get hit by a vehicle.
Me neither. Thanks for caring so much about me. I feel like BlackRock really cares.
Watch yourself.
Okay, what's your
Oh, watch yourself. And I'm sound a little bit more threatening.
name?
My name's Julia. And
Julie, are you with BlackRock or are you with, yeah? What do you do with BlackRock?
I'm not going to go into
Don't touch me.
interview.
Don't touch me.
Amazing, the don't touch me thing now, Harper, but that's how it is. Did you see the Chrystia Freeland move the other week when, who was it that time? Was it someone else from Rebel News? Someone was sort of like chatting to her down the street. He was a Rebel News person in an incredible kind of Panama hat. And like the Canadian police just rushed this dude into a wall. And like, you assaulted her. You assaulted her. I don't even think there was physical content. It was just sort of a mic in the immediate area. So, yeah, that kind of move, that constitutes assault. It's a crazy world we're living in.
Sorry, don't touch me. What does BlackRock care about?
Some private space, so if you guys wouldn't mind just moving.
I would, man. You're going to have to call the police on me.
The private space move is something that even in Occupy, a lot of people cut their teeth in that Occupy movement, which was a response to the 2008 crash. They noted that many spaces and facilities had already become privatized. They were no longer public spaces. You don't own your land no more. Mike copyrights this article. You talk to Michael Mace, the anarchist. Yeah, I'd love to actually. We should get in touch with Michael Mace. He's always good news. I think that somewhere between libertarianism and anarchism, the solution is available to us, although I would definitely infuse that with some spiritual values. Because what is it we're doing this for? Is there something special and sacred about human consciousness, or are we just advanced apes, and I love apes, man, or are we just blobs here temporarily, material, rational creatures condemned to entropy and atrophy, or are we little pieces of the divine unity? We'll work it out. Yeah, sure, I'd love to get Michael Malice on there. I'd love that.
It's going to have to call the police.
No need to be silly. But yeah, thanks guys, if you wouldn't mind.
I wouldn't mind. Yeah, you're going to have to call the police again. Okay, stop it.
But that's what globalism and anti-globalism looks like now. This is sort of, in a sense, the front line in this conversation, where corporate power says you can't stand here, this is private space, you can't come to Davos and report on the agenda of BlackRock, you can't report on what these conferences ultimately facilitate. Is it a way of constructing narratives, formulating relationships, blooding new political figures? Certainly Trudeau, Macron, Rishi Sunak, just a few politicians that went through the WEF and its various schemes. Believe me, I don't have no truck with conspiracy. I think it's observable to see that there are affiliations, relationships, and sets of systemic biases that are becoming increasingly plain as our ability to instantaneously communicate reaches the kind of tipping point that we can, well, I think we can really make a difference there, guys. I think it's getting a little bit better. One of the UK's most secretive centres of scientific research is working on, because you're worried about disease X, are you? It's disease X. It's coming. We're not going to name it yet because monkeypox didn't work. Sounded stupid. This one, though, disease X. Ooh, be afraid. Be afraid. Get into your house. Keep an arbitrary social distance. Put on some arbitrary piece of clothing. Take some potentially not clinically trialed sufficiently medications using a title and name that may not be efficient. Disease X is coming to you. The state-funded UK media, the British Broadcasting Corporations, which was once known as a treasure of this nation, and I don't know how, in the words of Morrissey, has the world changed? Or have I changed? The BBC used to be magnificent. We always assumed the conduit for truth, but now it's difficult not to see it as a simple propagandist tool, a machine designed to subdue and control the population, to ensure obedience, to stoke fear, to create division, and to report favourably on a UK lab that is working on a vaccine for a disease that doesn't exist yet, using technology that potentially caused the last pandemic in a facility that's working on bioweapons. Well, there's nothing to worry about here, and we funded it.
The British government has unveiled a new vaccine research facility where scientists are working to prevent future pandemics. It's located at Porton Down, a high-security research facility best known for its work on chemical warfare.
Okay then, so you're just effortlessly moving from chemical warfare to vaccine manufacture without asking any questions about mRNA technology or dual-purpose research. But if that whole thing hasn't happened, Trotsky Bullstab says Disease X is still in brand development. Nice. Plinky Plonk 67 over in the Rumble chat. And the pangolin. How many more pangolins must suffer before we get a vaccine that could also be used for bioweapons potentially? I'm not saying that's ever happened before. I'm just saying that's what they're working on next door. We've got, we're going to be talking a little more about Dr. John Campbell's contribution to this conversation, but let's let this piece of propaganda play out. After all, if you're British, you pay for it.
Experts are preparing for what is known as Disease X, or the next pandemic virus.
Okay, so who do you trust? Let me know in the chat. Do you prefer John Campbell, JC, and I know a lot of you are going to enjoy typing those initials. For the BBC, type BBC. Let me know. And here is, are we going to have to show that, or are we going to have to transition into YouTube? Here's a poll we ran earlier on, I think, I'm not sure where we ran it, but we asked, disease X is imminent. Who do you trust to lead the response? Clap for, oh, come on, leads the response. Albert Bourla, Bill Gates, or Dr. John Campbell. 94%. Hey, democracy, protect our democracy. Ain't we bombing Yemen for democracy? Aren't we bombing the world for democracy? How about we create a little democracy here? I'm seeing a lot of JCs in the chat rumble, but that ain't surprising me because I know Christianity is thriving in that chat. I ain't seeing a lot of Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I ain't seeing a lot of it. Let's have a look at Dr. Are we able to say from YouTube? You know, he gets a lot of strikes and stuff. Okay, look, we're going to show this on YouTube, but in a minute, we're going to be exclusively available in the stream. Baptized in free speech and truth over on Rumble, but for now let's have a look at Dr. John Campbell on Disease X, a pandemic coming to a nation near you. Luckily the WHO have got a treaty already devised to ensure that if your country is a member, check if they are. 5% of health budgets will go directly to them, and your country will not have the ability to oppose that legislation. I am citing the treaty itself, which is post the petitions against it. If any of you lot have got the petitions against it, can you post it in the Rumble chat and then the Awaken One chat so that we can, because that's what democracy is now, right? Signing petitions. Signing petitions because people in your world to support whatever men are telling you. We're taking the democracy, didn't we? We have to agree. What about elevating our own heroes? What about elevating our own lifestyles? What about treasuring and cherishing our own freedom? Oh, yes, let's have a look at Dr. John Campbell on Disease X. You've seen the propaganda, let's have a look at the proper truth.
Now, I want to talk now about Disease X, which is on this website here. This is the World Economic Forum site I can derive. Disease X, this is how we should prepare for the next big virus. Global collaboration and adequate funding are needed to improve pandemic preparedness and ensure fast action to keep a viral outbreak at bay. It says you can get a long way being able to produce something. Not sure what's being produced, but you can produce something.
He's so dry. He's been on our show 7 times. Something. I don't know what they're going to be produced. You know what he's saying, right?
Something or other. Something or other that will target a novel virus before that virus even emerges. I assume here they're referring to repurposed drugs, which could be rolled out very quickly and very cheaply, and made efficacious against a range of conditions. Maybe that's what they mean. But anyway, they're going to produce something. Can't read too much into that. All they say is something. Could even mean a vaccine.
You're double dry, that's English. You Americans get that. Does that convey if you're an American or a Canadian or an Australian? You get the John Campbell dryness right there. Let me know in the chat if you're receiving that.
We can do that. Anyway, we'll target another virus before that virus even emerges.
What I love about John Campbell is at the start of the pandemic period, he was recommending that people take vaccines. Why? He's a medical professional. He's got the true spirit of the Hippocratic oath, not only do no harm, help, assist, and aid. Do you think I'm unaware of the great and wonderful people that work in the medical profession, the ingenuity of scientific endeavor and what it's delivered for us? That ain't what we're talking about. We're talking about science as a subset of a different agenda. John Campbell went from saying, hey, these vaccines seem like the solution, to, based on what? Evidence. Based on what? Data. Based on following the science. Well, the only place we're allowed to follow the science to is our own individual incarceration. If science leads to freedom, individual freedom, they don't convey those opinions.
It's a virus we don't know yet, but we do know it's out there. Do we? We do know it's out there now. Unfortunately, much to my annoyance and your annoyance, I felt compelled to delete yesterday's video.
Don't worry, because when we are on Rumble, we will be showing a piece of that now deleted video. Okay, so if you're watching us on YouTube, join us in the stream of free speech in a matter of moments where we'll be showing that, as well as I'm going to be telling you a little bit about our new partners who I'm honoured to be working with. Charlize. Charlize. Is it possible that you can create pain-free, toxin-free, glorious new products available for you and your loved ones that are going to make your skin glow? Now that is an area of clinical trialing that's plainly been successful. I don't know how many mouses lost their lives for this skin cream, but it was worth it, baby. Let's watch the rest of this John Campbell. It's incredible.
My apologies. The trick is to live to fight another day. That's what we're aiming for. But the video I was doing yesterday was examining a particular virus.
Okay, now, what John Campbell has said there is an interesting emergent phenomena from the highly censored spaces that we live in now. And remember, if you are Irish, they want to censor you more with hate speech laws. If you live in the EU, they want to censor you more with hate speech laws. If you live in the UK, they're censoring you more with new online safety laws. Canada, Australia, the USA, they are coming for your freedom. They are gunning hard and they're using your money to pay for the bullets. If you want to see Dr. John Campbell's Mouse's piece that YouTube will simply not allow you to show, this is it. We're leaving. Put the countdown up. Let's put the countdown up. Now, there's 20,000, nearly 21,000 watching us on Rumble right now. If you're watching us on YouTube and you want to see the rest of this reporting on Disease X, join us over there and become an awakened wonder. Support our work. We are determined more than ever to create this movement. This is the time where we must unite, decentralized but unified against this corruption, against this establishment, elitist, Davos-inspired corruption that threatens to immerse us all in nothing short of total, constant incarceration. So, if you're watching us on YouTube, click the link and join us over in the free stream of Rumble.
guilty ones who wrote have stopped my cravings completely. I'll walk past the sweets that I love and knowing that I don't need it. Being able to dive, being able to play with the kids and not feel winded is amazing.
Need the shot that helps.
Which is a paper tablet.
to this talk Saturday the 13th of January. To this talk Saturday the 13th of January. Now, I want to be talking about disease X in a minute from a small radio station in Switzerland called Radio Davos, I think it was. More on that shortly, but a bit of a disappointment first. This is from the UK COVID inquiry. Unfortunately, the public hearings for the inquiry's fourth investigation into vaccines and therapeutics module will be rescheduled. The hearings were provisionally scheduled to take place in the summer of 2024. They will now take place at a later date. And then there's some rationale given there which you may choose to accept or not to enable organisations to prioritise providing evidence for the inquiry's third investigation into the impact of the pandemic on healthcare. Well, I would have thought the U-Box ordered this was it before they did this, but never mind. That's what was said. This is from the site here. This is from Baroness Hallett, who's the chair of the inquiry. I know that the postponement of these hearings will be a disappointment for some, yes it will. And I think this degree of urgency, as I'll point out. I want to ensure our hearings in 2024 are as effective as possible. Yes. And I recognise the increasing pressure on organisations to respond to requests and provide information to the inquiry. And I would have thought that that when they scheduled the inquiry in the first place, maybe they've had to reschedule this because there was some new information came to light. We're basically not told, which is disappointing. But we are assured it's going to be finished by the summer of 2026. So let's hope there is time to squeeze in this rather important module, because it's not on as scheduled, unfortunately. So I had been genuinely looking forward to that. It's pretty disappointing that is now being delayed. Now I want to give you something from the Mail Online now that I'm just hoping they don't know more than we do about it, because they actually say COVID inquiry's probe into vaccines is delayed indefinitely. Indefinitely, they're saying. Well, let's hope that's not the case. As Chair admits, postponement will be a disappointment for some, yes. Hearing for the fourth module, this is from the Mail Online now, hearing of the fourth module of the official inquiry to be, what it was set of the official inquiry was set to begin this. A long-awaited probe into the development of COVID vaccines and drugs was today postponed, and again they say indefinitely here, so let's hope this is not the case. Baroness Hallett said, I know the postponement will be a disappointment. I wish to reassure you that we will hold these hearings as soon as possible. Good, we're looking out for it. But we're still going to be finished by the summer of 2026, so let's hope there's time. Now this inquiry has cost you and me, the proletariat, the plebeians, so far it's cost us 145 million. Quite incredible. Now, I want to talk about disease X in a minute, but just before we do that, this is just a completely unrelated article I was reading in the Guardian newspaper from November 2022. This is Paul Burrell, who was a royal butler. Paul Burrell reported a conversation with Her Majesty the Queen prior to her sad recent departure. And Paul Burrell reports that the Queen said this, Queen Elizabeth said this: there are powers at work in this country about which we have no knowledge. So it looks like there are powers at work, but we don't know. This would be a no unknown, I guess. Now I want to talk now about disease X, which is on this website here. This is the economic forms Disease X, this is how we should prepare for the next big virus. Wow. So you can listen to it here, or you can read it there. It's all very easy to understand, while being rather difficult to understand. Now, disease X, I've been teaching this sort of thing pretty well full-time since 1990. I know I've been a clinical nurse since 1975 when I was a first year student. And never heard of this disease. So I looked at some of the books, because when I wrote my book, I couldn't remember putting it in, so it wasn't in there. But
So I've been checking Rubrics pathology for texts. I've seen it there online. So I checked in domain and models for physiology, but not in there either. Paths pathophysiology. Not in there either. It's fairly thick. You get the idea, not that one. Check this one. All these standard textbooks, not in there, so it must be a new disease. Not saying like the sound of a new disease, we've had a new disease already, haven't we? Anyway, this is just I want to give you some highlights from the radio Havos talk. Disease X is the beacon. The world needs to be better prepared to tackle a future pandemic. You'll see here that the text is from the World Economic Forum site. They go on to say, by mapping viruses with the potential to become the next disease X, the global health community and governments can be more responsive the next time a pandemic looms. It's not anticipating a pandemic here. The global collaboration and adequate funding are needed to improve pandemic preparedness and ensure fast action to keep a viral outbreak out of benefit. It says you can get a long way being able to produce something. Quite sure what being produced, but you can produce something or other that will target a novel virus before that virus even emerges. I assume here they're referring to repurposed drugs, which could be rolled out very quickly and very cheaply, and may be efficacious against a range of conditions. Maybe that's what we mean. But anyway, if we're going to produce something, can't read too much into that, what they say is something. Could even be the vaccine. Whatever you mean there. Anyway, that will target novel virus before that virus even emerges. It's a virus we don't know yet, but we do know it's out there. We do know it's out there now. Unfortunately, much to my annoyance and your annoyance, I felt compelled to delete yesterday's video. My apologies. The trick is, that's what the aim. But the video I was doing yesterday was examining a particular virus that was experimentally used to infect mice. What disease at the end of the study, none of the mice at the end of the study were alive. None of them were alive anymore. Because a certain event had happened to them that made them not alive. And that virus, my understanding from reading the paper, was it evolved in cell cultures in a laboratory. So, as a result of going through cell cultures in a laboratory, the function of the virus had been increased. It became a more functional virus. There was a function, and there was potentially an increase, maybe even again. Anyway, but we know it's out there. So they know it's out there. Obviously, they don't know precise geographical location. And we know it has the potential to spill over from animal populations, potentially into humans. Well, yeah, there can be natural spillover events, of course. And it can also be other origins of viruses. Perhaps mutate or adapt itself and begin spreading and killing people faster than we can contain it. Carrying out research and vaccine development. Carrying out research on vaccine development for known viral families. Pretty infections, of which there are 25 viral families. So, so the World Economic Forum will be good enough to develop a vaccine to us great objects. So it's already formed. radio numbers. Quite concerned. Disease X. See if you think it's coming. I certainly don't know too much more of this. We'll leave it there. Thank you for watching.
States for many years.
That gave me away at my wedding. At my wedding.
AI actors are here to stay. 3D modeling only requires a single text prompt or image, and resolution is a thing of the past. And I'm not talking about your fingers resolutions. Welcome to AI Films. Let's kick things off talking about Meta. So Meta came out with this AI algorithm. Very few public health officials in this country seem very interested in public health issues. Florida, Dr. Joseph Lotto is an exception to that. He's interested in standing as he is. And let's stripping back. And he's come up short in answering basic questions about it. Sure.
And one in particular, an incident called the Brenda Shazars incident, also known as the British Johnson. This was in 1980, shortly after Christmas, when a few American airmen who were stationed in the UK reported seeing a UFO.
A huge, solid, diamond-shaped object, it is described as 100 feet long, hovering silently in the sky above them.
To successfully resolve UAP encounter first and foremost by U.S. military.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Disclosure Team. I'm your host, Vinny Adams. The following is an interview with Robert Fleischer. Robert is a German UFO researcher and journalist covering all aspects of the UFO subject. I had the pleasure of meeting Robert in Paris, France in November 2023 at the ECHO conference. I'll put a photo on screen now of Robert, myself, and Christian Van Heist, the commercial 747 pilot. If you enjoy this content, as always, please like the video, subscribe, comment below, and share it with your friends. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. I hope you enjoyed this interview with Robert Fleischer. Robert, thank you so much for joining me. How are you? How are you, Vinny? Thanks so much for inviting me. It's a great pleasure. It's good to see you, my friend. We were lucky enough to hang out in Paris back in November of last year at the Echo conference, which I thought was a really good event. So let's start there. I just wondered if you could give your kind of a verdict on what you thought of that event, because I'm sure you've been to many kind of conferences and that over the years, and I just wondered if this one was any different or any kind of standout moments from it. Yeah, it was very different. So what you need to know is that in France, even though they have these, the National UFO Investigation Body, which is called JPOL, for the study and information about unidentified phenomena, about unidentified aerial phenomena, something like that. The UFO study, the civilian UFO study, is not very well developed in France. Like, you have certain UFO clubs in different regions. You have stuff like the repas ufologiques, so that's the ufological dinners. That's when they invite speakers, and while those speakers are speaking, the people are having dinner, which is a weird experience for me when I went there in 2012 to go to meet Robert Salas in a shopping center in La Défense in the north of Paris. So that was really the civilian side of ufology is not very well developed, surprisingly. But this event that we both attended at the Sorbonne University was quite different, right? And I have to tell you, I studied in France for a year, so I understand the French mentality when it comes to this subject, and this is just groundbreaking that this happened at the Sorbonne University, which is like the foremost, most important, or most well-known university in France, right? So the mere fact that this could take place at such an important place was a real game changer in France. And now you have the French former intelligence service boss, Alain Juillet, who went on public discussing UFOs and saying it's a global phenomenon and hinting that they know stuff as well, you know. So I really think that this has really changed the game with how this is being talked about in France and in particular, and I hope that this will have some long-term repercussions as well to the neighboring country, Germany. But you know, in German we say hope is the last thing that dies. You know, because the German situation is quite different. Yeah, but we'll touch on that. Yeah, we'll touch upon Germany shortly, but let's just segue into another conference that I believe you attended, which is the Sol Foundation sort of inaugural event over at Stanford University. So would you mind just sort of telling us about that? Again, any standout key moments and people that you liaised with, connected with while you were there? So that was only 2 weeks after the Paris event, right? So I met them all again. I met Jacques Vallée again. I met Christopher Mellon again. And a number of other people I had never met personally before, and it was really amazing. I mean, I guess your listeners, your viewers will already know everything about this event, but let me tell you, coming from a country where the speaker of the spokesperson of the government bluntly laughs at your face when you ask for UFO files, and the German Ministry of Defense tells you there's no such thing as UFOs, which we were not able to fully identify after having detected them on radar, you know. And then you go to the US, to Stanford University, and you sit there among like the most important people in UFO research at all, you know. I mean, so there was this one moment when I was sitting there, and Gary Nolan, Professor Nolan, had just presented his analysis results from a what was it called in English? Atomic sun probe tomography or something of some slag, metallic slag that he had analyzed with this new method, and he found that this is definitely artificially designed. It's not the product of some natural process or something. And after that, there was a Q&A, and a man stepped up to the microphone
He was to the right of me, just 2 meters from me or so. And he said, look, he presented himself as a person working for a very well-known corporation in the defense industry. And from the science and research department of that corporation. And he asked Professor Nolan whether this material that he had just presented is the same that Eric Davis had already presented to them. And so Professor Nolan said, no, this is something we just came up with last Friday. And so that person said, okay, so if this is something that could potentially be used for shielding, then I would be happy to talk with you private about this afterwards. You know? And that was the moment, when I was like, holy cow, I mean, where am I sitting here? So next to me, to my left was sitting an investor. To my right was sitting a very well-known fighter pilot. So you had all the people that have something to say in this field. You could not know who is intelligence except for the people that you know are intelligence, of course. So it was just absolutely astounding that for, if you see this, like, they were literally not talking about whether this phenomenon exists or not. They're not losing themselves, they're not wasting their time with this question that is still being debated to this day in Germany. Yeah, but they were actually talking about how to regain control of those programs, dealing with the crash debris, and how to prepare mankind, and how to avoid catastrophic disclosure of this technology.
This is a pulsized flashlight made in Germany, which can illuminate up to 1000 nm at night. It can easily light up an entire factory. Moreover, it has a waterproof function, so it can be used normally on rainy days. The bottom has a strong magnetic force, which can be attached to any metal, so there's no need to hold it all the time. It is very convenient to use it for night field work, fishing, and adventure. In addition, it can also be used as a mobile power source, equipped with a charging port. It can fully charge a mobile phone within 10 minutes. It is equipped with a large capacity battery, which can be used for a month after a single charge. It also comes with a headband, which can be directly hung on the head and used as a headlight. The entire body is made of aluminium alloy material, which can be used as a weapon to break windows in emergencies. Today, the manufacturer is selling directly, 80% cheaper than usual. Don't miss it.
This is, it was like, I was feeling literally like in a parallel dimension. So I think the Soul of the Self Foundation is doing this, like, most important thing that we currently do in the whole field to promote it, and not promoting some alien speculations, some wild outlandish claims about where it comes from and what they do, but promoting the fact that this is a real thing that we have, that has to be debated because it has so many repercussions. And it is a subject for science. It has been ignored by science for so long, and it needs to be discussed scientifically. And that's, by the way, also what I'm trying to do with my work in Germany, because I keep interviewing people, that scientists, experts on this subject, so I'm not so much into individual UFO sightings. And I think the repercussions are far wider ranging than just crashed UFOs, people from other planets.
Soul Foundation. We were leading up to the end of 2023, and obviously we had a lot going on with regards to the National Defence Authorization Act in the US, rounds of amendment. which obviously didn't, it kind of got stripped out, and we were left with a few bits of policy that actually did get signed into law, as it were. But what were your thoughts about that whole process and some of the language that was initially sort of put into play that didn't make it?
Yeah, so what didn't make it was the idea of a civilian review board which would decide upon release of formerly classified files. And there was another, there was the eminent domain passage that sought to expropriate corporations that are in possession of crashed non-human intelligence material. And to some degree, I have to say, this was already to me, this was already predictable when you attended the Seoul conference, when I attended the Seoul conference. I mean, we had Colonel Carnell was presenting the Schumer amendment, and there was this one. I mean, we were not allowed to film this or to take photos or something, but there was this one slide that leaked where he presented this plan for control, this disclosure campaign, with the outcome of regaining control about all this and avoiding catastrophic disclosure, which I just mentioned. And then at that point, I think when he was finished, Jacques Vallée stood up, was in the audience, and he said, "You cannot do this. This is confiscation. You cannot just walk into my laboratory and take my stuff and give it to some other scientist. This is not how science works. You know, this has to be worked over." And also, the definition of UAP is quite strict, quite very narrow, and that may include even religious artifacts. That's what Jacques Vallée said. So even from people who are positive about disclosure of this, there was some serious critique about the Schumer amendment, especially the expropriation, the eminent domain passage, and also Christopher made it very clear that during his talk at the Seoul Foundation that who's telling you that the net benefit for society would be positive, that there would be any benefit for society if we disclose this, if those are not intelligent beings, which our radar data does not suggest, then what is it? And that all leads to the question what it is that they actually have to disclose, and so I was not surprised that the Schumer amendment would fail in the form that it had been prepared for. And I understand more now, having been at Stanford at the Seoul Foundation event. I now understand more the need to really prepare this and to think about how to do it. Because I can see it. I mean, I can see it in my small world here with the German terms. If you tell them about crash retrieval stuff or something, they will just not be able to process that mentally, because they're still in the mindset of there's no such thing as UFOs. We are the brightest candle on the cake. That's what they're eating,
Yeah.
So how do you and think about all religious groups? Think about that. And then also, what if this subject actually extends to far more than just military encounters, craft that fly around in military operation zones and stuff. What if this is a historic phenomenon that has always been here and that is even partly responsible for some of the most important religious events that are described in the Bible? Like, actually, who gave Moses the Ten Commandments on the Mount Sinai, So just think about that. So I'm not saying the UFOs are God. I'm not saying that God is actually an alien, But what if those phenomena are actually related, and that would mean that we have to revise large parts of our history, and we'd have to find ourselves completely new in what's our role on this planet, what is, And so I think that the repercussions, and it's just the socio-cultural repercussions, let alone the economic repercussions and the sociological
I can tell you a lot about this. I talked a lot about this with experts from the German-speaking world. So, for example, there's an sociologist, Dr. Andreas Anton, who wrote a book which is also available in English language about exosociology, which deals with three scenarios in which mankind could get in touch with extraterrestrial intelligence, and even though he excludes the UFO phenomenon as one potential scenario, he talks about a signal, an artifact that could be found, or some craft somewhere in space. He doesn't even talk about UFOs, but even in the event that some alien artifact with some potential technology could be found, he predicts severe potential consequences, severe repercussions. There could be martial actions, there could be war, also legal repercussions. There's not any law in the world that you can look into to see what to do in the case that some alien craft lands on a White House lawn or a Kremlin on the Red Square in Moscow or whatever. What's that mean? There's not a single law. There's nothing. So, and then think about the economic repercussions. Just one thing. If there was a non-human intelligence that decided to start trading with one single nation on the planet, let's say Uganda, Uganda would rise up to be the most powerful nation in the world by far, because they now suddenly possess a technology that's so much more advanced than what all the others have, that they're basically invincible. And that would be a turmoil, let alone the role of the US dollar as the main world currency that is still the world currency, because many of the oil businesses is paid for in US dollars. So what if there's some free energy device that makes it, that you just need a US dollar anymore? So there's so many consequences. Helmut also mentioned that in the Stanford event that he had assisted a conference already 10 years ago or so, or a couple of years ago, with many experts dealing with the question of how could we possibly disclose this to mankind, and they separated into different groups. Each group of them took care of a single branch or single subject, like economic repercussions, religious, whatever you. And they made a list, positive, negative, and then they all came back and said, well, the negative potential outcome, negative repercussions greatly outweigh the positive ones. So even for us, we said, for us to be positive about the disclosure, we just had to give advice not to disclose anything. So yeah. So I really do see the need to try to find out how to disclose this to mankind. In a way, I've been doing this myself. How to present this subject to the German audience, so that they are finally starting to at least play with the thought that they may not be the only ones. It's not so easy, But yeah. So. Yeah. So let's see what happens with the shore. We were talking about the shore method. This is not the only avenue that you can go, and Charles McConnell III, who was the legal counsel to David Rush and the Soul Foundation, who was also president at Stanford, he basically said something like, "Don't be sad if it doesn't happen, because even if they were applying this, or putting this in, signing this law into power, that wouldn't necessarily mean that anything would change. Because Congress writes up some legal text doesn't mean the intelligence community will obey. So I think this is a long process that has to be. And it's going to be years and years, but there's no way back. I'm sure about this.
Yeah, you raised so many interesting points there, and when I think about this from a personal stance,
But let me just go back on that. I hear everywhere that humanity's not ready and things like that. And, you know, I certainly wouldn't statement out like that. I'm speaking on behalf of 8 billion people. I believe I'm ready to hear it, but I think it's also important to understand that this is so complicated that if we were to get disclosure, it wouldn't necessarily be what we expect, what we want to hear, and it might actually be more scary than maybe we can kind of comprehend. So I always kind of sort of try and bear that in mind when I'm talking about disclosure. And I think you're right, you know, it would need to happen over years rather than an instant boom, here it is, deal with it.
Excuse me, may I add something to this?
Yeah, sure.
The scary, potentially scary stuff concerning disclosure. So there's 3 areas for me. I would say the one of the scary thing is you remember that Lucius Oliver mentioned on several occasions that people in the Pentagon avoided this subject because they saw some demonic force behind it. You know.
Sure. Yeah.
And what if this is? I mean, if you listen to Chuck Berry, he says it looks like a social experiment, like a meta-human control system. You know, what if they are exerting some influence on us, on our development, our general development as a society? If they are shaping our belief systems, I think they are sort of saying the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Jinn in the Quran, you know, the jinn, the invisible demons that come from the invisible and try to, you know, that influence people by suggesting things, by, you know, what if it's related? You know, what if we suddenly wake up in a reality where we find out we are being influenced the whole time by some invisible forces? You know, that'd be scary. And also, what is also scary is the potential effects on the potential legal or the potential political actions that could be undertaken by some governments if it turned out that some of them were already living among us in human shape and form, and you wouldn't even notice. What if that were true? I'm not saying it is true. I'm saying, what if that were true? I'm not so much scared about them walking among us. What I am scared about is that we are going to be obliged to make PCR tests at every corner just to prove that we're humans, you know. So this could be commercialized by the same industry that commercialized the PCR tests during the coronavirus crisis. You see, so there's the industry is just waiting for some moment like this, you know, for some new market that opens up, you know, and will oblige us to forget about human rights and all of that, and actually. So this is what I'm scared of as well. Yeah, I forgot about the third point though. Anyway.
No, not to worry.
He's on, Tony.
I still think that
He's on.
the public to know the truth.
Got more out there?
Yes.
Negative to allow us as a species to move forward and develop into something bigger and better. You know, the way things are going, the way I see the world, we're not going to last that much longer with the war and destruction of the environment and everything like that. So I still see it, whatever happens, that it would be a positive. And I just think, I hope that the disclosure process would be played out in a reasonable fashion that makes it less of the ontological shock for certain areas of society. So, yeah, well, listen, Robert, I think it would be interesting to kind of jump right back and focus on you a little bit, because I'm really interested to hear more about you as well. I'm sure the viewers and listeners are. So let's take it right back and what got you first into this subject of UFOs?
So I was 16 years old when I met the famous Swiss author Eric von Däniken, Chariots of the Gods, you know. He was my hometown and gave a talk, and at that time he was really famous in Germany. Because I'm from East Germany, you know, in East Germany until 1990, his books were forbidden in that country, which didn't prevent people from reading East Germany.
He just got us off right. Well, I got that money all over the Southeast.
You know what?
Chicken.
Because I wanted to tell
Ooh, more pineapple. I got some ideas for the pineapple upside down cake, huh?
I think it was about the university expanding and for inducing it build, and spending again, it's like our thing.
Boy. Yeah. Gonna fill up the freezer, huh?
You know, we started
Okay.
We got lucky somehow, I don't have no idea, but I used your card to pay at Walmart, huh?
Yeah.
They paid for everything, including the Enduro set.
Really?
That's where I got them. Either that or I forgot to scan them. But they were in the bag.
Don't got any balance left?
I guess, I don't know. I mean, it took $77 out of it.
Not bad. That's a pretty good deal for all the. Yeah.
And I couldn't, this Walmart didn't have this. I had to go to Target. Target, because I went over to Target looking for the tapestry.
I've been going to Myers lately.
And the tapestry.
Well, next time you steal batteries, make sure you steal rechargeables, darn it.
Oh.
I don't think you can do batteries, kid.
They're not on there?
No.
Yeah, we got batteries
Boy. Oh man, we're gonna have to go through that ice cream. That's Tubba. What do we call it there? Vanilla.
Oh! We'll get there. One there open somewhere.
Yeah, and I always wanted to this kind of stuff.
This
Kind
of cow chicken. Yeah.
It's just
This,
even
a lot of it is, what I do is I put a bag of this rice with. Yeah. It makes it go easy.
Well, they go pretty far. You try to find it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I will mix it. I like
No,
that.
that one, that's all that is a gentle pile of chicken. You
Yep.
don't have no rice, no nothing.
Right. So yeah, you should have vegetables for sure.
just hold second.
For sure, for sure. All right, that one there is just about. Then there's over here.
Bacon good.
And now you got marshmallow for hot cocoa.
Yeah, real ones. Gotta order some. I gotta get hot cocoa.
How should we do this? You know, and so, and even after that, but I never trying it. But at one point, I just gave it up.
That's what it is here.
It won't work, so I was on my own online application. So I found an Excel magazine TV where I tried to open all the stuff on phones and then turn on and all notifications.
What do you guys think? Just because Cal got home, there must be something going on. Jeez, Pete.
And yeah, and I've been doing that for 16 years, and then
Not much.
obviously
I got a bag of
time been invited to some TV shows or asked by
Sure.
TV shows to get
What's
interviewed.
I got a bag missing.
Most of them were not
What?
TV
Where's the bread?
subject.
All right, put it in there. And see, you got them big buns, and you got hot dogs. You got them great big buns.
Well, sure.
Oh, yeah.
Actually,
Yeah.
That makes for nice.
mainstream TV.
Right here.
on Forbes magazine in Germany.
Well, I'm taking off tonight,
He
Cal.
asked me when I was doing
I'm gonna have chili though.
Hell yeah.
about
That's what I'm
that magazine. And I said,
gonna chop up a little onion, and I'll add in 2 or 3 good chili though. Right there.
so now
Hell yes.
from time to time,
I can buy that. God damn it. I got everything except for the dog's closet. I don't know what the buns are, so I'll go ahead and get new buns. I want chili though.
would not have heard about such important events as David Rush revolutions and the Soul Foundation.
Well, I come close to stopping at fucking Kentucky Fried too and just getting something in it.
You know what? Order on the app first.
Huh?
I'll tell you what. That's the order on the app right now. We looked at that yesterday.
Oh, you mean like Kentucky Fried?
Yeah, see that? They got a bunch of specials on the app that they don't have on.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, give our address out
Okay.
for the kiddies.
Oh, good deal.
Mikey, yeah, the Jason, the monkey, yeah,
Monkey J Show?
the Monkey J Show.
Right.
All right. And I told her, you go to that and you'll find the live feed of our kiddies. Yeah. Yeah. We have 7 of them. She has 5. We were talking, and she just fell in love. Oh, yeah. And her cat's got crystal problems too.
Oh, yeah.
So she knew exactly what I was talking about when I was talking, how expensive that food is. Yeah. I said, yeah, my roommate's a nut for cameras all over the place, He's making a little show with the cats.
Because you have to view repercussions on your reputation to it anyway. So, it's not in Germany anymore, in Spain.
I ran away from him.
Yeah.
Boss is being a weirdo butthole.
Paul's always being a weirdo. Ah, you are. Yes, you are. You're always being a weirdo. But I love you.
Association.
What a grumpy butt. What a grumpy butt.
Talking about this. So it's a lot about rumor and things going on. Rumors that were expanded later on and developed over the years. However,
More auto tech toys.
2 things I want to mention there. I would say I would not exclude the possibility that the Germans had
You picked up something for the car?
developing technology like this. Because
Yeah.
you know about Project Paperclip,
All right, so the-
Sure, no,
More auto tech toys.
launched the United States and continuing their research for the United States. This was not about flying saucers,
Who the fuck
of course,
is this
officially,
guy?
but because there's no way to find out. If you go to the German political archives, which I did, which is the archives, the national archives of the Office for Exterior Politics, for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So if you go to political archives and you look for files from World War II or even before that, you will see that there are huge gaps, and that is and they openly admit that. That's because when Germany lost.
Like that guy that was doing the Miami show the other day.
Yeah. No clue. Oh, good though.
No, I have never, motor tech. Yeah, okay, whatever.
Right.
Nothing I do.
Where the majority of routine doctor visits become obsolete,
3:30.
replaced by an intelligent AI companion.
Oh, and that's ready too. I didn't mention that.
What's that?
This pound of ground beef up here.
Yeah.
You want to make hamburgers? Cheeseburgers. I pulled it out of the freezer and stuck it up here.
Oh shit, that would have been good for lunch.
And that's what I forgot to buy today. What I really pulled it out for was I was going to put it with a hamburger helper. I don't have any hamburger helpers.
Huh?
So, okay. Cashed in $25 worth of tickets.
Yeah.
$25. Bag there for this. And that was 19 something plus that.
That's for their special food?
Yeah, that's their urinary tract food. They didn't have none of it at Walmart with Heinz or none of them. And I went over to Target looking for the wall tapestries.
Yeah.
And they didn't have wall tapestries, but they had that. that food.
Oh, well,
No, that's a medication. That's specifically for urinary tract.
yeah.
That one's a Heinz. I did get one. I had one out of the two. I didn't find the tapestry though.
Not at Target? I'm surprised you can't find a tab.
You gotta order them online. They don't carry them in the store.
What about Walmart? Same
They
thing?
gotta order them online. They don't carry them in the store. That's what I found out. You have to order them online. You cannot order get them out of the store. I guess there's a lot of stores doing that now. Forcing people, if you like something online, the only way you can get it is by ordering it online. You won't get it out of the store. Now you can get it out of this. You can get it from the store, order it online, but you have to order it online. I got that's something. Dead. Poor Brian. Well, he goes to work this morning, all right, because he works at the Thomas Judd Care Center. And 1 hour ago, he was in Ann Arbor. Brian Ray is watching People Life at U of M University Hospital. Roads were almost perfect today for work travels. God's blessed me. You had to take patients down to U of M.
Alright, Karen's making sloppy Joe casserole. I don't have to worry about dinner shit tonight.
Sloppy Joe casserole.
Never had that before.
Never.
Something new. Something new. It sounds like you guys are gonna get that chili.
I seen a posting this morning. I've been trying to find it ever since I saw it. It's gone. Somebody had a posting from 1978 here in Michigan of the county working on the roads. They had a bulldozer. You could see the trucks and the military vehicles that was out in front of him. But between him and the military vehicles was a snowdrift. And the bulldozer was trying to move the snow, and the fucking snow was twice as high as the bulldozer in the drift. They says, made a comment. They says, you ain't seen nothing. Because the photograph was 1978.
1978?
Yeah. That one we had here in Michigan, 78 and 79.
78, 79, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so I was right. It was the winter of 78, 79.
Yep.
Okay. My memory is hazy back then, but it's still got
I
something.
was 76. I was here in Traverse City on Keystone, 77 and 78. I went down there. And I was working at Decker Nut was the name of the company. That's just exactly what they did. They made nuts. See my cousin do something like this one time. This is an interesting one.
Oh, I like it. I like it. The sidewalk.
Yeah.
Flat. That was good fun.
My cousin,
That was a good job.
he was an airbrush painter. Worked out in California. I mean, he was good.
Yeah.
He was doing a gas tank for a guy that wanted a dragon with the wings and the flames and everything on it.
Yeah.
And the guy showed him what he wanted, and he did it, right? Just like any artist, when he got done, he signed his fucking name down in one corner of it.
Okay.
They presented to the guy, and the guy told him, he says, I love it, I love it. Can you take the name off? I don't want the name showing. He says, yeah, I can take the name off. So he takes the tank, goes back in the back, puts the fucking tank on a hook, drops it in an acid bath, took the tank back out to him and give it to him. You don't want my art, you don't want my fucking signature. Or you don't want my signature, you don't want my art. And he thought, I don't give a fuck, it's only art to him. But he wasn't going to let him fucking fuck you. You ain't got shit coming. And he did. He washed it clean just like that guy did that fucking water. Because of Mike. Oh, he was a hell of a fucking artist too.
Yeah.
I watched that man. He was 14, 15 years old.
Yeah.
In high school. Put a model ship together.
Yeah.
USS Constitution.
Yeah.
You know what the Constitution is, don't you?
No.
5-mast sailing ship.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's a tough deal, it sounds like.
It was the Iron Class back in the Civil War, but it had 5 masts in it. And he put that fucker together piece by piece from very start to end. Everything. All the riggings, the little mannequins and stuff on the decks, put them together and everything. Took him a couple of years to do it, but he did it. It was beautiful. I love it.
Been outside. Why we got cold wet pot? What's everybody want to go in my room for now?
I have no idea.
What the hell? All your toys are out here. Well, at least I didn't have to get nearly as sweaty as I thought I was going to have to when I went outside. Oh, but I do want to turn that heater on. Sorry I bothered you. No mean. I'm petting you. But not. Bringing you treats. You and the other princess can't possibly expect to get out of your bed. You're not going to do the chicken dance with everybody else. What's wrong with you?
Hey, I get breakfast in bed every day.
Yeah, you, lady, you. Come out here to turn this heater back on. Come back out. I had to borrow yours because this one was too cold to run. I had to bring it inside and let it sit for a while. It came back on, but it didn't want to kick on. It was like it was frozen.
Shit, you got one on the porch right there too.
Oh yeah? I grabbed the one out of the utility closet. You go outside? Huh? You go outside. Go on. Get out of here, Mr. Annoying. You're gonna bother anyway. Yeah, I love you. But you had trouble. Go find a girlfriend. Go find a girlfriend and get rid of some of that tension. No, not in the house. Go find a girlfriend outside. You'll be all right. One day, go buy you some booties. Buy you some booties. You know, boots to put on your feet. Huh? Need another collar. Yeah. Oh, what am I doing? I'm not putting this on yet. I gotta go. I gotta get in the shower still. We haven't even done that yet today. You gonna eat some blueberries? Oh boy, here's Cheryl on the prowl. Yeah, you can go in my room. We're gonna make it a princesses only room. Yes, that'd be. One of them brats is out hiding out now. Got him to get up. You guys want.
Yep. That's clean.
Making trouble for Cal. Cal's gonna cook dinner. Ready to spill black that he gives you. We don't want to guys that hot dog. A little big buddies. Oh, buddy.
Got a little push tonight.
Yeah.
Since I'm doing the hot dogs like that.
Uh-huh.
Let's
Let's see here. These things out. Just warm up for a couple of minutes. Oh, now I'm gonna get you. Come here, my Tony. Come here, my Tony Baloney. Let me get you. Cheryl got you. Gonna get him, Cheryl. You're gonna get that Tony. Yeah. Get him. Get that Tony. Get him. Cheryl. I'm gonna let him go. Nobody asked for your 2 cents.
behave, or
Yeah,
you messing up fussy again.
She's just playing, chasing everybody around. Ain't really giving nobody a hard time for real. Still cute pie. Oh, cute pie, cute pie, cute pie, cute pie, you push cute pie. Pause. Pause, pause, pause.
Woohoo.
Smells good.
Yeah, but I think 2 of them is too many for right now. You want it?
Yeah.
I like that bun for that chili dog because you can pile that sucker on and it's still good.
I was wondering whether or not you did that on purpose.
I figured 2 would be, I'm starting to get hungry a bit. No, one of them is more than I thought.
Well,
I'm glad I only made 2.
I usually buy.
Because all the chili I put in a container, I never heated it or nothing, so it's just like coming out of the can yet.
GFS has a nice. Brush my teeth again. GFS has a nice all beef dog for not too much money.
It is.
They're pretty expensive.
It's almost as good as a Nathan's.
Almost as good as a Nathan's, yes. Actually, if I put it in my dirty water boil, I think it's as good as a Nathan's all day.
Oh, look. And this is just the local brand, extra large.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's just bar ass.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good though.
Well, I'm watching this for this week. They got on Great British Bake Off. It's Red Week. And these people are right now they're doing basically pull-apart breads.
Monkey bread and shit.
Even more advanced. Yeah. We need to have a flour like this, and each one of the petals has got fillings in it and everything else, like almost cinnamon rolls or something, you know, but they're just different flavors. But they do use a sweet dough. Let's see her. She's been just kind of trying to be charged. Here, sweetheart. Cheryl. What you so concentrated on? Huh? What? Just because she's over there by the turret? Cheryl. Hey, babe. Cutie pie. Pause. Both of you, huh? Was that stinky? No. Let's pause. Yep. Let's pause. Being paused. Meow. Meow. Yeah. I'll pause. Go to hell. Leave me alone.
Ratatouilles. Ratatouille, ratatouille, ratatouilles. All right, kids. I love you, brats. I'll be back.
This is the side that I was wondering about.
Oh, it's just your phone number. I already had it actually.
But, you know, hey, I'm not worried about the Siberian Nights number. I got it locked in my phone, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I seen this up on the other side. Something down here with a telephone number on it.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure I had the right number.
Yeah.
Oh. What you doing? What you guys going? Days leaving. Days running off. Cute pie, you coming with Dad? You come over to Karen's house? Huh? You remember Karen's house? You probably come tonight. You want him to. What the? I think she kept bullying her way, pushing her way into the house all the time over there. She wanted to go in and hang out with everybody. And they were all right with her. Yeah. I should be back.
All right.
Everyone be good. Tony, be good. Cheryl's gonna get you. Yeah.
Just like you always are.
Well, I know.
Yeah.
Trust me. Hey, Cal, I need my bridge card.
What?
My bridge card?
Oh,
There. All right. You guys enjoy the rest of your night.
Bye, honeys.
All right. We'll take care of you guys and I'll get that done. Come on, you guys. This one. Five. Good, baby. Run them off. Tell them sure. They made over half of them already. Alright, you guys. Here. Time for mom and dad.